Hello everybody. So game is already started and I will try entertain public for today. So we can see Catalan opening for today. So what can I say after d4? Sorry. d4 knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3 d5. So here White has two options, two main options. Knight c3 or g3. Also possible bishop g5, also possible e3 here, but okay. Magnus choose g3, Catalan opening, and Jan choose probably the most solid line for black with bishop e7. Another very popular line here is bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and now bishop e7 with idea to play c6 and c5, sorry, but c6. And the idea to prevent b3, bishop b2. For example, queen c2, castle, castle, and go on and b6. This is different story, not the game. Okay, what can I explain else? Okay, because I promised entertain public, so I will show how it's possible to lose game with white in this variation in 11 moves. So after bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, c6, we can image castle instead of queen c2. It's also possible, totally normal move. Because black can take on c4, but after natural response a4, white has typical and totally enough compensation for the sacrificed pawn. And not so easy to defend. For example, after castle, queen c2, b5 is not possible because takes, knight g5, and white is winning because black cannot play knight d5. Okay, this is quite primitive trap, but and very famous one, but I will show you another trap. So black plays c6, and now I will show you queen b3. Also possible move. Idea of white is if castle, castle, knight d7, rook c1. And if knight b6, bishop a5 is quite good for white. And here c5 is threat and white has some advantage. Important to know that after d takes c4, rook takes c4, queen d5, bishop takes b6, a takes b6. Not knight c3 is the best move because after queen d8 black is quite okay, but knight e5 much stronger. And now what to do? If queen d8, there is problem for black, rook takes c6. If pawn takes c6, knight takes c6, and knight takes e7, and bishop takes a8, white has 2 pawns up. So if black will try queen takes d4, white has simply knight f3 and better position because of pawn structure, because of double pawn and because bishop on g2 is very strong here. So what else? If here queen a5, idea queen e1, so white utilize same motif, knight c3, if b5, rook a4 was threat. This is important. Now rook takes c6. And white has material advantage. But I will show you a funny line. After castle, bishop b4. Okay, bishop b4 is just option. It's nothing special with this move. White wants to exchange bishops and prepare for his knight b1, good square on d2. So it seems like nothing special. And of course, black has white choice. Many good moves are possible, like b6, like knight bd7, go on. But here some complicated variations can start after d takes c4. Looks a little bit anti-positional because black built d5, e6, c6 against bishop on g2. Now d takes c4 is like concession in the centrum, but d takes c4 is joined with very concrete idea. If, for example, bishop takes e7, black taking the queen. Although, of course, queen takes e7, queen takes c4, knight d7 with idea to push e5 in next move is possible too, but more principle is after bishop, take on b3 here, bishop takes d8, b takes a2, and of course white will not take with rook, so white will play with bishop and bishop somewhere, bishop c7 or bishop a5 or bishop e7. So black will win the pawn, but white will have good compensation because of strong two bishops, and black need to solve problem with his bishop on c8. But okay, let's consider another capture. D takes c4, it was one game. And black played queen d5, and suddenly we can see that white cannot just take on d5 because bishop takes b4 check and white is piece down. So white played queen c3, black attacked queen, white played queen a3, queen a3, and after queen c4, white just resigned because queen c1 is mating threat, and another threat is take of piece. White has no defense. But it doesn't mean that after queen takes c4, queen d5, a position of white is bad. So queen c3 is correct move. But after knight e4, queen a3 looks very natural, but actually it is decisive blunder. So only way for white is bishop takes e7. Knight takes c3, knight takes c3. Black should go with queen. The best square, in my opinion, is a5. Bishop takes f8, king takes f8, castle. This type of position. So rook and knight against queen. So if imagine that white has extra pawn, for example, this position without pawn on a7. This is equal material, but if rook, knight and pawn against queen. But at the moment white has no pawn, but like compensation, white has well coordinated pieces and development advantage of development. So for black there is no reason try to open position with c5 or e5 because white pieces are much more active. For example, if to play knight d7, it's correct move rook fd1 and e5. After d5, I think white is much better because black still have big problem with development his pieces, their pieces. So after rook fd1, in my opinion, black should play something like knight f6 and then bishop d7, bishop e8, and white can play a3 before. So I don't know who is better here, probably approximately equal position. But okay, this is some lines which has no attitude to game will continue. So today what we will see. Jan played bishop e7, Magnus played bishop g2, castle, d takes c4, queen c2. So, in this position, white has already choice. So queen c2 is the most popular move, but other moves are also possible. For example, queen a4 is possible. Aronian played against me queen a4, idea to prevent b5 totally, and if a6, the most popular move. Also possible to play here queen d5, a little bit extravagant move, but after knight c3, queen c6, queen c2, white has quite obvious compensation for the pawn. So a6 the most solid line, and queen takes c4, b5, queen c2, bishop b7, and here there are several moves. So bishop f4 is possible, bishop g5 is possible, and probably the most popular move here is bishop d2. It's the idea to play bishop a5 in some variation. Well, but Magnus played queen c2. What is the idea? That after a6, white has choice. So if take on c4 will be the same, which I already showed you. If white wants, they can try another move, for example, a4. Very popular move to prevent b5, and now bishop d7, queen takes c4, not only move, also possible rook d1, bishop c6, knight c3 line, for example. But okay, for example, queen takes c4, bishop c6, this is very popular position, and now bishop g5, the most popular move. And black usually choosing between bishop d5 or a5 to prepare knight a6. Well, but after queen c2, black has option b5, and Jan played this option b5, very sharp line. And in general, white plays here a4, and as I showed you already, black cannot just defend pawn with c6, because after takes knight g5, they are losing exchange. h6 only move, but after, because knight d5 not possible, but after simple knight takes f7 and bishop takes a8, white has big advantage. So strong player will not play this. So after a4, black has choice. b4 is one option, and another option is modern. Modern option is bishop b7, 8, it's a6, and now white has choice. Sorry, after a6, the most promising knight c3. Sorry, knight c3, a takes b5, rook takes a8, bishop takes a8, knight takes b5. This position is slightly better for white, but after, for example, knight d7, queen c2, queen c4, c5, black has compensation, which at least very difficult for white realize their extra pawn. Another line here is after a6, b takes a6. Now knight takes a6, queen takes c4, bishop d5, queen c2, sorry, queen c2, knight b4, rook takes a8, queen takes a8, queen d1, queen takes c7. I don't remember why, but I remember that this is extremely dangerous, probably because of knight c6, but it's a good question, why not queen takes c7 here? Or maybe bishop, queen d3 instead of queen c2. Maybe queen d3 is more precise for some reason, but I remember this line at least. Queen d1, sorry, knight a2, important move according to modern programs. So knight c3 takes h6, another important move to prevent bishop g5, and black is ready for c5, and it's compensation. So white has seems like healthy extra pawn, but it's very difficult to realize them. But okay, so Magnus played knight e5. At least I don't think that this is novelty, but surely this is a rare move. So a4 is main move in this position. So he played knight e5, we can see in the board, and now black has obvious choice. So knight d5 is possible, or c6 is possible, and Magnus started to think. Another option is queen takes d4. Of course, it's possible to consider. If bishop takes a8, queen takes e5. At least I remember that after a4, before, if here white plays knight e5, knight fd2 is possible too, but if knight e5, sorry, if knight e5, the best move for black here is queen takes d4, according to theory. Bishop takes a8, queen takes a5 with very complicated games. Fresh example is a game in Grand Swiss in Riga. White was Bulgarian Grandmaster Kirill Georgiev, and black was player from Madagascar, Rakoto Mahara. Game ended with draw. But here, without a4 b4, also totally possible to consider option queen takes d4. So black has choice, three moves. So knight e5, Magnus played. But okay, so knight d5 is possible, queen takes d4 is possible, or c6 is possible, and Jan choose c6. Quite logical. Surely, I don't know if Jan prepared accurately line with knight e5, but surely Magnus need to have some preparation if he decide to play knight e5. So surely he has program what to do against queen takes d4, against c6, against knight d5. So after c6, we can see that he played a4. Okay, knight takes c6 just developing for black to just helping to black develop their pieces. And if take bishop takes c6, rook b8, black has no problem at all. So bishop on c6 vulnerable invulnerable position. Pawn d4 is hanging, positional threat knight d5, and after knight d5 bishop c6 will be in danger. For example, after rook d1 knight d5 looks extremely unpleasant for white. Knight b4 is threat. If, for example, a3, rook b6, white need to give his bishop, and light squares will be weak, and black has obvious advantage. Okay, this is quite obvious. So surely knight takes c6 was no intention of Magnus, and he played a4, very natural move. And natural move for black now is knight d5, but probably Jan will try to find something else in this position. So a takes b5 is obvious threat of white. To play b4 it's not logical, because as I explained it already, after a4 b4, if black played b4 knight e5, according to modern theory, the best way for black not c6 but queen takes d4, according to game Georgiev, Rakoto Maharo. Okay, I follow in chat. Hi, Texas Pete. Hi, Vasil, how are you? I am fine, thanks. It's pleasant that somebody can listen me, and if somebody has chess questions, please write me. I will try to answer. So now, after b5, knight e5, c6, a4, a4 played already. So knight d5 is the most natural, but after knight d5, I need to try what is idea of white. So, okay, queen takes d4 can be considered too, but after queen takes d4, probably knight takes c6 simply. Knight takes c6, bishop takes c6. If rook b8, I will just take pawn on b5. Looks more pleasant for white in this position. So knight d5 is the most natural move for black, and now I think white should play knight c3. Only question, immediately or after taking on b5. I don't see other ideas. What is different? Well, for example, if takes, knight c3 the most natural again. Although b3 is alternativa, but okay. b3 is possible too, but I don't like that black losing tempi. So in some variation of Catalan, white can take to b3 from d1. At the moment, white already played queen c2 and losing the tempo. But anyway, there is some compensation. Queen takes b3, a6. Sorry, what is this? a6, but probably nothing concrete. So after knight c3, for example, black can consider two options. Bishop b7 is possible. Also, knight takes c3 is possible. Sorry. A, B, C, B, B3, queen. So after knight c3, Also, knight c7, of course not. Knight takes c3. Also interesting option. Bishop a8 not good for black, for white, because knight takes a2 check and knight takes d4. Black has too many pawns. So after queen takes c3, rook a7. Black is prepared for rook c7, and white need to prove that their compensation is enough. Well, so at the moment I want to Jan is thinking, and I need to take 10 minutes break. I will do it. Так. Just a moment. Микрофон. Так. Выключу. Ну что, більш-менш нормально? Так, я бачу.
крутнути.
Ні, але... І вже мене чути.
Так.
І я маю почекати 30 секунд.
Ні.
Ага. Окей, so I'm here again. So yes, Pisamo is my nickname in Lichess. So if somebody wants to contact me, you are welcome. So we see that Magnus chose knight c3. So surely Magnus is playing according to his preparation. And so he prepared this line, and we will try to understand what is his idea. I will put the position, so queen c2, b5, a4. A4 he didn't play, he played knight e5. After a4, b4, as I explained. So knight e5, Jan played c6, probably knight d5, it's the same. So if knight d5, probably a4 also, and black has f6 also, but f6, okay, it's risky from positional point of view, but okay, maybe it's possible here to consider f6, if, for example, knight f3 to play c6, this type of position, knight c3 with quite reasonable compensation. Probably we will see this position in the game if black will play f6 in some moment, which I'm not sure about. So what we see, c6, a4, knight d5, and Magnus played knight c3. So his idea is obvious. He wants to take on b5, and he wants to utilize strength of bishop g2. Alternative was a b c b f6, but knight c3 attack immediately. But there is disadvantage of this plan that now black has important square c6 for his knight. Just a moment. Let's see. And for example, f6 looks the most logical. Of course, not possible to defend directly on a6. With a6, knight takes b5. It's extremely strong. b4 also looks totally ugly because takes, and knight takes c4. And for example, knight c6, maybe knight e3 possible, maybe even knight e5 even stronger if knight takes d4, queen d1. This is big advantage for white because if bishop c5, bishop e3. So, okay, strong player will not play b4, but after knight c3, very logical for black to play f6. And now, if, for example, knight f3, black has queen d7, and we can see that black knight from b8 is ready to jump to c6. Or bishop will go to b7, and this diagonal will be open for black bishop. So surely for white is much better to have this position with pawn a4 and c6 not changing, because black after bishop b7, black bishop will be still passive, and black will have no square c6 for his knight, although probably we can consider there are a lot of tactical tricks. For example, after knight c3, f6, also queen e4 can be considered with idea to utilize weakness of white long diagonal. And but it seems really strong for white. If, for example, bishop b7, knight takes c4 is very unpleasant because e6 is hanging, but I'm afraid that after queen e4, black has quite a good move, knight c7. Knight b6 may be also possible, but I wanted to have protected pawn b5, but maybe knight b6 is also possible because white cannot take now on b5 because knight is hanging, but maybe also knight c7. And, if knight f3, queen d7 somehow. So it's complicated position. I don't know what is this. Maybe knight takes b5 now is possible. Yes, so knight takes b5 is strong. Actually not knight c7, knight b6 is the best way because now knight takes b5 is impossible, so knight g4 is impossible too because of f5, so white need to lose tempi with move with his knight, and after, for example, knight f3, black can play queen d7 and they are ready for bishop b7, and probably this position can be considered like quite good for black. So Magnus has different plan. He doesn't want a b c b. I explain you why. And he played immediately knight c3 with the same threat, a takes b5. So Jan played f6 already because I don't know if there are another way to defend pawn b5. Okay, after b4, knight e4, it looks very unpleasant for black because they will lose pawn c4 and white will have big positional advantage. So what else? a6 not defend pawn because a takes b5. Okay, bishop a6 looks ugly for many reasons. Okay, maybe even ab. I mean, here bishop a6. Okay, surely it's not good move. Okay, maybe just take, and queen e4 is very strong, and black will lose some material. Maybe knight c7 also. Knight c7 still fight. Okay, bishop f4, for example. It's extremely unpleasant, extremely dangerous for black. Okay, probably they not losing by force, but maybe even losing by force. Knight c6, knight takes c6, queen takes c6. Bishop is attacked, and if queen d6, bishop f4 takes, and white wins material. So okay, bishop a6 surely it's not serious attempt from black side. So f6 looks normal. And Magnus played knight f3 already, and now black need to defend pawn. So there is choice. So a takes b5 is threat. Okay, b4 is possible. Knight e4, bishop a6. So it's one possibility. It's complicated game. Black has weakness on e6, and probably white wants to play here something like bishop h3, if f5, knight eg5. Probably. Okay, if not play b4, what is choice of black? Certainly doesn't work a6 line because after a takes b5, if just take on b5, knight takes b5, white is clearly better. If knight takes c3, intermediate move, white just taken, and after c takes b5, knight g5 is coming, and white won exchange with winning position. So a6 certainly Jan will not play. So what will play Jan? I want to guess. Knight d5, knight c3. We have this position on the board. Jan is thinking. Yes, exactly this position. So Jan is f6. Sorry, f6 is played already. Sorry. Knight c3 was played. f6 was played. Knight f3 was played. So okay, the most natural move now probably queen d7. Just defend pawn b5. Queen b6 less accurate because of same motif. Sorry, I wanted to show you queen b6. A takes b5, and after c takes b5, white has again knight takes d5 and knight g5. Bishop takes d5, and then white will take on a8. So probably black has some compensation here after king h8. If bishop takes a8, knight c6. But bishop's not attacked yet. White can consider it queen e4, and black cannot defend everything simply. So this is queen b6 is bad move. So queen d7 is queen d7 already played. Yes, I predicted this queen d7. So black defended more or less, and now white has need to do something. So sharp position. White has compensation for the pawn. In my opinion, Magnus still in preparation because it wasn't. So he chose rare line with knight e5, and all moves of black was not difficult to predict. So Magnus has, like in game one, he has a good compensation, and he has wide choice how to play. So there are many reasonable moves. So we can consider it moves like rook d1, bishop h3, e4, knight b4, queen e2. Maybe even h4 has some reason to prepare h5, h6. So we are expecting very sharp fight. But I see Magnus is thinking. So hard to believe that this position could be new for him. Probably he has choice of some variation, and now he need to decide what to play. Also, reasonable alternative is b3 here. Idea to take on c4 and create weakness for black pawn on c4. And if c takes b3, queen takes b3, white will try to utilize weakness on e6. So b3 is also possible alternative here. And b4 is hardly good. Also can be considered to take. So now it's equal material, but okay, black can try to play this position. For example, bishop b7. If c takes d5, no, if c5 position is blocked, and I don't think that black is worse. If c takes d5, bishop takes, sorry, what is this? Bishop takes d5, of course. And if e4, rook c8, black has some contraplay, although pawn on e6 is still weak. So rook c8, queen b1, for example, bishop c4, and now even bishop h3 can be considered with threat of d5. If, for example, take, and white is ready for d5. So, okay, of course, it's not forcing line, and I'm not sure is it this is correct line, but just I want to illustrate of possibilities here. So b3 is possible, rook d1 is possible. Of course, after b3, black has other option. So before not possibility. So b3, black can consider something like knight a6, just allow bc and try knight b4 or ab. After ab, knight b4 immediately can be considered. I don't know what is this. Also b takes c6, necessary to check, of course. After knight takes c2, takes, but maybe no, this here black can just take on c3 with much better chances. So this variation doesn't work for white. So knight a6 is also alternative, yes, after b3. So okay, but it's very interesting what will choose Magnus. Also, okay, so which move I would consider? b3, h4, e4, rook d1 probably. And I don't see anything else. Hola Miguel, es agradable verte aquí. So Magnus is thinking. Maybe he is trying to remember his analysis. Very difficult to imagine that Queen d7 could be real surprise for him, because it's the most, okay, maybe not so natural move, but instead of Queen d7, it's quite difficult to propose serious alternative. Okay, maybe b4 was alternative, knight e4, bishop a6 maybe, but it's obviously a risky alternative. Before, usually it's concession. I lost against Romanishin one game in similar situation. I also played before in bad moment, and he won very instructive games. So Queen d7. Okay, so Magnus thinking a lot. So what to say? Okay, so I will explain. For example, my game against Romanishin was a little bit another line. So it was d5, knight c3, c6, g3. I played knight d7. He played bishop g2. Also queen d3 now is interesting choice for white in this game. Grishchuk Fressinet. Bishop g2. I took here. He played castle. I played b5. He played bishop g5. Bishop b7, and he played a4. And now, unfortunately for me, I played b4. It was a bad choice. Here, black should play a6 or queen b6. There are two reasonable alternatives. So, for example, after a6, knight e5, queen c8 is logical. Or queen b6 is also possible here. But after my move b4, which I played, knight e4, c5, I expected knight e5 with some complications, which seemed me acceptable, but he find more strong move, knight fd2, and after knight fd2, white is clearly better, because better development. So before was bad choice. We can see that Magnus play e4. This one of move, I thought that quite possible. So let's go back to our game. Knight e5, c6, a4, knight d5, knight c3, f6, knight f3, queen d7, e4. So after e4, knight b4 looks the most natural idea to utilize this c square. Okay. Knight takes c3 is possible too, but type of position after knight takes c3, b takes c3, it's, black is a little bit passive. So although maybe it's playable too, but for example, by intuition, I would prefer knight b4 here. So I don't like so much type of position after knight takes c3, b takes c3. Also, probably it's playable too for black. I mean, but I expect knight b4. So okay, let's analyze. So if knight b4, queen e2, only okay. Other moves with queen don't seems me like logical. So queen e2. Also queen b1 maybe has some reason, or queen d1, especially queen b1 to prepare b3, but okay, it's not natural at least. So queen e2 is the most natural, and if now knight d3, probably white will play just bishop e3 with idea to push b3 in some moment, or d5 in some moment can be unpleasant. Maybe even immediately d5 can be considered with tactical threats. Okay, I'm not sure that knight d3 is the best choice for black. There are many moves. For example, a6 is totally possible. Or bishop b7 maybe. Sometimes also white has idea to play bishop h3 and then have threat a takes b5, c takes b5, d5, something like this. So very sharp game. So we can see that again, like in game one, Magnus sacrifices pawn for the initiative, and game is extremely sharp. But also, I suppose that this position can still be preparation of Magnus. I don't think that it can be preparation of Jan Nepomniachtchi, because knight e5 is very rare line, but if Magnus chooses line knight e5, so I think he analyzed this position at least sometimes. I don't know how deep was his analysis, or if he remember everything very well, but okay. But anyway, we have extremely interesting battle. Okay, Jan is thinking, so probably he considered knight takes c3 seriously. Looks passive, of course, much less natural than knight b4, but okay, this is a complicated position, probably not so obvious. And okay, for entertain public, I will show you opening of my game against Dubo. So it was line bishop b4 check. I was black, knight d2, castle, bishop g2, b6, castle, bishop b7. And now he played knight e5. According to modern theory, the most common plan here is b3 and bishop b2. So b3 is, but he played knight e5. I played rook e8. Also, Valery Salov played this plan against me in tournament in Reggio Emilia many years ago. And after knight f3, bishop f8. Black harmonically developing his pieces. And Dubov suddenly played knight g5. I played rook e7, of course. I'm ready for h6, and he played bishop h3, sorry. Bishop. Where is notation? Sorry. Just a moment. Так. Нотація зникла. Я щось не поважав.
А to Windows?
To Windows.
Извините.
Шо? So I'm here. Sorry for interrupting. It was technical problem. So I showed my game against Dubov, which was to g3, bishop d4, knight d2. So after rook e7, he played bishop h3, and after bishop h3, I find excellent defensive move. So obviously white has threat, knight takes f7 and bishop takes e6. But it seems that h6 looks like good for black, but it was his trap which I successfully avoided. After h6, there is problem that after h6, white has knight takes f7, and queen e8 I should play, rook f7, of course not possible because bishop takes e6. So after queen e7, the problem for black, c takes d5. And unfortunately I cannot take with pawn, because after bishop f5 I am losing. After rook f7, bishop g6. So I should take with piece, but again some problem. Sorry. То саме. Come. Sorry, I'm technically not so well prepared. I am making my first steps in Twitch, so sometimes I'm making mistakes. So after c takes d5, I cannot take with the pawn. If I take with piece, white has time to build very strong center with f3 and e4. For example, if bishop d5, f3, rook f7, e4, bishop b7, knight takes f7, queen takes f7, queen b3, and this is extremely unpleasant for me. But after bishop h3, I find excellent move, queen e8. And now white plan doesn't work because after cd, I always will take with pawn. So it's important to have possibility take with pawn. And after knight e takes f7, I am ready for h6, and black has wrong knight on so black has knight on g5 instead of knight on e5, and this is really important. And after bishop after queen e8, he played b3, and black has totally comfortable game, and I want good game. But okay, this was different topic, so I just wanted to attract attention. Prophylactic move, queen e8. So knight, at the moment we can see knight d3 at the board. So knight d3, I'm not sure this is the best move at all. So probably a6 or bishop b7 was a reasonable alternative. But okay, it's very concrete move because black is preparing b4. So let's go to the game. So bishop e7, no, bishop e7 here. So bishop e7 here. Bishop g2, king, king. So why king on f8? So it's something. Okay, it must be castle. So unfortunately, I see king. Okay, castle, castle. D takes c4, queen c2. I need to promote line. Promote line. Queen c2, b5. Also, I need to promote line. b5. Promote variation. Sorry. Queen c2, b5, a4. Not a4, knight e5. Okay. Okay, a4 is not problem. We can put a4, c6, knight e5, because it will be same. Knight c3, f6, knight f3, queen d7, e4, knight b4, queen e2. Okay, so knight d3 played Jan. Another possibilities which I mentioned was a6 or bishop b7. Logical possibilities, but with knight d3, it seems that Jan also fighting for initiative. So his plan probably to play. Well, if bishop e3, probably he wants to play b4, and then bishop a6 somehow push e5. Position is very complicated, but I also mentioned that after... Что такое? Так, just a moment. Знову то саме. Ну що за... Так.
usual time.
Okay, so knight d3. I mentioned that also possible for white is d5 here, but if d5, maybe b4 is possible. Also, after b4, bishop h3. What is this? Okay, we can consider. So d5. Logical move. And very spicy position. For example, one of possibility for black can be considered e5. e5, I mean. If d takes c6, knight takes c6. If a takes b5, knight b4, for example. And suddenly white bishop on g2 is quite passive, and black gave back pawn but have active position, although not so clear, of course. Knight d2 is possible, so it's still very unclear position. Okay, so d5 is possible. Probably Magnus will play this, although I'm not sure. Okay, after d5 there are alternatives also. b4 is possible, but after b4 even bishop h3 is option for white, also maybe not so strong option, because after bishop h3 black can just play some move with queen, for example queen b7 or queen e8, and knight is hanging and black has threat e takes d5. Probably this is not strong for white at all, so probably not bishop h3. So what else? D takes e6, queen takes e6. Looks like so queen takes e6. And if knight d4, queen e5 looks unpleasant for white. So what to play? Okay, so what I'm considering, so bishop e3 looks logical move, but bishop e3 b4, and then bishop a6. Also, maybe there is some reason to take here on b5 firstly, and only now to play bishop e3, and difference that if before, now white has a4 square for his knight, although I don't know if it's really good for white. For example, b4, knight a4, bishop a6, and I don't know. Okay, for example, rook fd1, and the idea to prepare b3 somehow, to play against strong knight on d3. And what is this? Difficult to say. And also knight c5 is idea in some variation. Okay, bishop, if bishop b5, b3. So this is, okay, maybe this is possibility for white, but okay, as I explained it before, a takes b5 always has not only advantages, but disadvantages for white. So black will take square c6 for his knight, and bishop can go to b7 and be active. With pawn on c6, bishop on b7 is quite passive. So we are waiting move of Magnus. So a takes b5 is possible. Maybe e5 also possible, with idea, also logical move, with idea if b4 to have e4 square for the knight. So this is quite reasonable. And also idea to make bishop g2 more active. If, for example, black wants to block the position with f5, can be unpleasant. A takes b5, and if c takes b5, I'm not sure about c takes b5, maybe bishop b7 can be considered like a serious alternative. because after ой, ёлки-палки, ну что за annotation? Что это такое? Постійна проблема. Щось я нажимаю постійно, і воно зникає щось. Що ми робимо? Okay. Bishop b7, I explained it, can be considered with complicated position, because if natural c takes b5, problem for black can be d5. And if e takes d5, knight, maybe knight d4, maybe even knight e1. Okay, knight d4 is more natural. I'm attacking and attacking also on b5, so this looks like dangerous for black. Bishop b7 only move, and white has big choice. e6 probably. So e5 is okay, it's an interesting move, but okay. In some after b4, white has knight e4, but also can consider e takes f6 like alternative, and only after retake on f6 white can play knight e4. So f5 is logical to block position, and after a takes b5, bishop b7. And so what is this? So what he played? He played e5 he played. He played e5. So my predictions is f5, a takes b5, bishop b7, and what is this? So equal material. Black wants to take on d5. White has many moves here. Okay, after b takes c6, knight takes c6 looks quite good for black, because d4 pawn is attacked, knight is ready to jump to b4 from c6, so probably white need to play something else. So bishop g5, for example, can be considered like serious alternativa. This is important. If black just taking on b5, white can take and take here, and knight is ready go to d6. And although this position still not so clear, for example, bishop d5, and black is planning to play knight c6. This position requires deep calculation. For example, if this, knight c6, black is ready to give bishop, but knight d3 is strong. If, for example, takes knight e1, it's possible, but black can play, for example, this, and position is complicated because white need to defend d4 pawn, and pieces are not so active. So this is just one of example. So e5 he played, but frankly speaking, I don't like knight d3. So we can see if knight still on b4, after e5 black has excellent square d5 for his knight. So in my opinion, probably a6 or bishop b7 was more precise than knight d3, but of course it's very complicated position and it needs more deep analysis. But okay, in the game knight d3, e5, and now, okay, the allow e takes f6 is risky, so f5 is more or less predictable, a takes b5, also immediately bishop, okay, if immediately bishop g5, b4 is gone, so probably it's not the best choice for white. So a takes b5, so if takes d5 is unpleasant, so bishop b7, and now bishop g5. Also after bishop g5 probably Black has a reasonable option bishop b4 if it works tactically, of course. For example, we can consider takes, d5, e takes d5, is sorry, e takes d5, e6, but queen d6, and Black's position looks a little bit shaky, but okay, let's try knight b5, for example. If for example, queen c5, e7, with idea queen e6, so it's still quite shaky position for Black, but maybe not so clear. For example, just take, if take, rook takes f8, Black has 2 pawns against exchange, and active knight on d3. What is this? Very messy. Of course, this is not forcing line, but so we can allow just fantasies together. So e5, okay, my prediction that Black should play f5 because other moves doesn't seem like logical for Black. But Jan is thinking, of course, he has time. Maybe he is trying to calculate seriously. Okay, probably he considering other moves, but what can be other moves? Maybe just like knight a6, for example, to prepare knight c7 looks risky for many reasons. For example, after knight a6, white can consider even takes knight e1. This is not a problem because knight takes c1 with attack, so white cannot take. Well, a8, and after rook takes c1, rook b8, d5. I'm not sure that bishop. Okay, it's a little bit strange position, but maybe Black is okay after king h8. Okay, maybe knight a6, white has something more convincing here. Let's see. E takes f6, the most natural, of course, and what to do with Black. G takes f6, risky, of course, although maybe possible, but bishop h6 can be not pleasant. For example, bishop h6, rook f7, takes, knight g5, f takes g5, take here. So even here probably Black has some contraplay after knight 8 before, but it's very shaky for Black. So take with bishop, maybe. But now knight e5 is possible. e5, Black should take with bishop, d takes e5. Bishop b7, okay, so we are still on the game, so white has compensation, but position. Okay, so knight a6 probably is alternative, a little bit strange, but okay, but it's difficult to say what is strange. So he played bishop b7. Bishop b7, it was not move which I expected. Why? Okay, probably because probably now white has same idea. So knight a6 seemed me more flexible. Well, okay, personally I like f5 if a takes b5, bishop b7. But okay, very sharp position, very interesting choice of Jan. We will see it. So bishop b7. Now, of course, white has some ideas with E takes f6, if b, hard to believe that Jan will take with pawn and play with such a weak king, so bishop takes, rook takes f6, not logical at all, so bishop takes f6, and now bishop h3 even is possible to consider. Why not? Pawn is attacked. And what to play for black? Because if just rook e8, maybe bishop g5 simple isn't strong. This idea to take on f6 and have black king very weak, and if I don't know, so looks very dangerous for black. Maybe after bishop h3, black need to leave a pawn on e6, for example, to play king h8. If bishop takes e6, some more, of course not queen takes e6, maybe just queen e7, something like this. Not so clear yet. Okay, looks very promising for white. Many possibilities, but black has some contraplay. Also, after king h8, probably bishop takes a6 is not only move white can consider. Even here, bishop g5, for example. Or here, bishop g5 looks like quite reasonable choice. So, and now knight a6, but it seemed me that knight a6 immediately instead of bishop b7 was more flexible, but okay, I'm not sure. It needs more deeper analysis. So, okay, we have bishop b7 in the board, and my predictions is e takes f6. And after bishop takes f6, white has choice between knight e4, bishop h3, or bishop g5. So these three possibilities looks like logical. Other ideas instead of e takes f6, I don't see here. Okay, it's possible to play bishop e3, for example, but it looks me like less logical. So I didn't see serious alternative for Magnus. Alternative to e takes f6. So I'm enjoying that we have a very interesting game today. So the position is very complicated. Look space from different tactics, for different tactics for this. So I hope, and I want to say thank you for all the players, for both of players who decide to play such a sharp opening for today. So, like a game you would enjoy playing in. Yes, but okay. Some moves seems me strange. For example, knight d3, I think I wouldn't play with black or bishop b7. So this move from black side seems me strange, but okay, it doesn't mean that they are bad. Okay, so this is choice of Jan, and probably surely he has his reason. Okay, but very difficult to say what is correct, what is wrong in this position, because there are many tricks from both sides. So now I would prefer play with white. So he takes f6, bishop f6, and probably bishop g5. But okay, it's position still unbalanced. So if bishop g5, for example, I expected knight a6. What is this? For example, bishop takes f6, g takes f6 will be weak queen. Also, maybe this is the best choice for black. If rook takes f6, knight e5. This is unpleasant for black. If queen takes d4, knight takes c6. If knight takes e5, d takes e5, with plan knight e4, knight d6, or rook d1. So probably g takes f6 is the best, but okay. Black is playing with exposed king, so white can play even b3. Certainly g takes f6 is the best, so rook takes f6 is bad. This position is not clear yet, but probably more pleasant for white after b3. But okay, it's still complicated. King h8, for example, or rook a e8, something like this. So still a lot of play. Okay, what else? Bishop f6. Knight e5 is option. Okay, if knight e5 can be considered. But now, what about queen takes d4? Maybe queen takes d4 is option for black. Also, its positions necessary continue calculation. So knight d3 is possible. Knight g4 even possible to consider. Such a move is possible to consider. So g4 will not consider. So knight g4, for example. Attacking on e6, attacking on f6. So knight e5, okay, if not queen takes d4, it's possible to consider. Okay, knight takes e5 is bad because knight on d3 is the main trump of black here. So bishop takes e5, d takes e5, and knight a6. This is can be planned for black, although I don't know is it good or bad. So white has many ideas in this position. Even rook d1, for example, is possible to prepare knight e4. Immediately knight e4, knight takes e5 probably. I'm not so sure, although also we can continue. So knight g5, for example, knight d3, bishop h3, something like this. Rook a8, black is ready to give exchange. For example, if this type position, what is this? If rook a8, important that white has this, and knight c7. But endgame is still complicated. For example, rook e2 takes, now rook c2 or takes on c1, takes on b2, so it's still complicated. So something like this. Also white has some positional moves like bishop e3, for example. This idea to prepare knight e4. Because black pieces looks me less harmonical than white ones. So, but okay, position is very concrete. So knight takes e5 and knight d3 back. So also already played. So bishop b7, e takes f6, bishop takes f6. So my prediction was totally correct. And now Magnus has white choice. Yes, for black. Okay, but 93. Okay, I think. Okay, this move I don't like, and if I d3 after knight d3 e5, if I would black f5, a b5, bishop b7 seemed me like alternative. But okay, so we need to analyze what we see in the board because it's quite interesting position and far from clear, but looks like perspectives of white is more promising, but one in price of move is very high, and for example, if white will make some inaccuracy, evaluation of position can be changed. So what else I can say about this? So probably I need more light in my room because there is darkness. I will improve it. Okay, probably I will make 10 minutes break. I need to take some relax.
Two windows.
Two windows. Так. Тут загортаєте. Okay. So I'm here again. It was question what I think about bird opening. Bird opening. So what is this? There is bird variation in Spanish with knight d4, but probably you mean first move f4. Okay, what I think it's quite playable move. So if black not play from gambit, it can be reversed Dutch defense if black plays something like c5, d5, or knight f6 or g6. It's Dutch defense with one extra tempo, playable for white, also difficult to fight for advantage. If black plays e5, so white has choice to take the pawn and to fight against initiative, or just play e4 and play king's gambit. So matter of taste. There are some theory, okay, if okay, what because Magnus is still thinking, we can discuss about it a little bit. So f4. Okay, I don't think that we will see this opening in much. It's not so popular, although Magnus played this against Kramnik and won. Very nice game. So, as I explained, if black plays here c5, d5, knight f6 or g6, and it can go to reverse the Dutch defense. With knight f3, g3, for example. If e5, so e4 is one option of white to play king's gambit, or takes on e5, d6, takes on d6. Bishop takes d6, knight f3, and now black has two options, principally different. One option is to play g5, sharp move, which calls like Lasker recommendation. Or to play solid line, knight f6, just develop pieces with idea short castle, or for example knight c6, queen e7, bishop g4, and long castle. So another line is g5. Now what here? g3 is the main option of white. Also is possible d4, if g4, and now if knight e5, black certainly is quite good after just takes, and knight c6. So after g4 there is wild line with knight g5, f5, something like e4, h6, something like e5. If bishop e7, knight h3, g takes h3, queen h5, check, king f8, bishop c4, rook h7, and here white has compensation probably. Maybe even c3, 8 take g2, rook g1, something like this. Okay. I remember that exists something like this. I don't know what is exact evaluation of this. More solid option is g3, and now black usually plays g4, knight h4, knight e7, and now there are two plans. One, so black wants to play knight g6, and the white can play d4 usually. White is playing knight g6, and now knight g2 is one possibility. Another possibility is knight take g6. 8 takes g6. Now black has threat, bishop takes g3. So queen d3, and there is some theory like bishop f5, e4, queen e7, bishop g2, knight c6, c3 to prevent knight b4, castle, bishop e3, something like this. According to theory, white is okay, but I don't know if it's forcing white or not. Okay, more solid, I can repeat that knight f6 looks more solid for black, and I have feeling that black has totally full compensation for the sacrificed pawn, but okay, we can come back to game. Magnus played knight e4, very positional move, so we are considering it too. So let's go back to our heroes from today. So I suppose that my brief excursion to bird opening was enjoyed for public. So stream details for top streamers. Okay, I will check it. Thank you. Okay, so here b3, what bishop before, bishop e7, knight e5. I need to promote this line. Knight e5, knight d5, knight c3, f6, knight f3 is what we have on the board. e5, not f5, bishop d7, e takes f6, bishop f6, knight e4, knight a6. This, okay, we considered this position too. So okay, knight e5 played Magnus. Okay, but we considered this position. So we considered if knight e5 immediately. Knight e5 immediately. Sorry. Knight e5 immediately. We considered this. Bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight e6, knight e4. And I explained that knight e4 is possible, but not so clear because black can take on e5. Another option is bishop e3 to prepare rook d1. But Magnus played knight e4 firstly, and after knight a6, immediately knight e5. So probably black should play the same. So if knight takes e5, I think probably knight takes f6 is idea. At least looks quite logical. Knight f6, take with rook, it's unpleasant, d takes and rook d1, g takes is even more unpleasant because black has terrible king. So knight takes e5, so bishop takes e5 and after d takes e5, knight takes e5 was position which is not so clear. Queen takes d4, we can, okay, but queen takes d4, it's hardly good. White can just take on c6 even immediately. Not on d3, but on c6. Sorry, what is this? Why knight? My knight doesn't want to take on c6. Oh, just take. And if bishop c6, knight takes f6, and bishop takes c6, looks very, very promising for white. So, okay, the most natural approach for Jan looks bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5. Also, okay, maybe there are some alternatives, like something like this: c5 takes on b5, knight b4, bishop e3. No, I don't want. So I wanted bishop e3. Attack pawn c5, and black obviously cannot take. So it looks very, very promising for white. So, okay, so bishop e5, d takes e5. So white has positional threat knight d6, quite unpleasant threat. Black can consider also knight c5 with idea to exchange knights, or if knight d6 to play knight b3. But what is this? Okay, Viktor Lvovich Korchnoi liked to say, okay, we are in analyze, so we can propose moves, and it means that we can propose moves and not afraid that this move will be mistake, because we are in analyze. So always it's possible to take a move back, so we can consider this move. So if knight takes, black knight is ready to jump on d3, and so positionally looks logical to exchange such a strong knight which wants to come on d6. So knight d6 looks like principal choice, but now, of course, not queen takes d6, but knight b3. So black also has some threats. And if a takes b5, black can calmly take rook on a1. And, white has compensation, but they are rook down already. So what else? If bishop e3, black can take on a1 and play and take on e5. So maybe bishop d2, something like this. Okay, bishop e3 I don't like because my pawn is hanging after, for example, this. And knight is ready to come back to d3. Although even here white has knight takes b7 probably, and if bishop c5, rook f5, probably enough defense. So my proposition was instead of bishop e3, my proposition was bishop d2. Idea is to keep pawn protected. So knight d4, I always have queen a4. So if, for example, black taking rook takes. So f2 is hanging. So this doesn't work for white. So knight c5 is an interesting possibility. So what to play with white? This is a good question. I need to think. 10 on my fantasy. So black wants to take. So probably we will see soon this position in the board. Maybe bishop e3 here. Okay, we can check. Bishop e3, my idea if, for example, knight takes the e4. If knight b3, I am ready for rook d1. So if knight takes okay, knight takes a4 is okay, it's possible, but yes, it's also possible. I can penetrate to d6. Of course. Now probably even b3 can be unpleasant for black, because if take on b3, rook d1 somehow, although still not clear. C takes b3, rook a d1, rook a d8. What is this very messy position? So maybe even knight takes a4 is possible. But if knight takes e4, bishop takes e4. What is this? Okay, but I have no feelings that white has any advantage. For example, c5 is possible. If bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, a takes b5. Queen takes b5 is possible, but also black can consider knight takes e5, f4, knight d3. So it looks okay, but even after simple, queen takes b5, okay. White attack seems like stopped, and black has pawn up. So after knight takes knight h5, it's a big question for Magnus what to play. It seems that probably okay, according to my intuition, knight e4 probably not the best move, so I would prefer something like bishop g5 after bishop takes f6 in move 16. Because now, okay, of course, knight takes e5 here also another possibility. But okay, knight takes e5 here, probably white. If black just take, probably Magnus can consider something like bishop e3. Bishop e3. A, B, C, B, rook a6 also. Bishop a6, knight c5. It's just refutation. It's clear. Yes, this is very convincing. So, okay, knight takes e5, it's not an option at all. So, okay, so I am sure that Jan will play knight c5. But okay, after bishop takes e5, surprisingly, Magnus is thinking, what he is thinking about. Probably Jan offered a draw. Not allow before move 30, because, okay, what he is thinking about. D takes e5 looks like totally forcing, so we cannot see move which he can consider here. Probably he just went to bathroom. So d takes e5, and I expected, okay, I am almost sure that Jan will play knight ac5, and position is very messy, but at least I didn't see anything wrong for black. Hungarian 10. Hi, I don't know who are you. So knight ac5, what to do? knight d6, knight b3. Okay, maybe white can consider something like this. So knight d6, knight b3, and rook b1 simply. Okay, I don't know what is this, but my idea, for example, take, pawn f2 is still protected. If take, and white has reasonable compensation because of very strong knight on d6 and very passive bishop on b7, and later white can try to organize attack in king side with bishop e4, queen h5, or rook d1, rook d4. So there is some compensation. Okay, a takes b5 is direct threat. So after a6, more or less predictable. Okay, bishop e4, something like this. Okay, this maybe Magnus wants to play this. But I don't know if it's fourth in line or not. So knight d6 logical, certainly. So knight b3, rook b1. Be ready for sacrifice, not rook, but only exchange. But black can consider other moves now. For example, instead of taking on c1, a6, for example, looks logical. Why not? Just to protect against a take b5. Or maybe even possible to consider strange looking line after rook b1. Okay, knight c1 is also possible. If rook a d8, bishop g5. So, okay, for example, this, and now instead of natural but passive move a6, black can try to play in more creative style. So, I mean something like rook b8. Idea to prepare bishop a8 and c5 as soon as possible. If a takes b5, now c takes b5 is possible, or even bishop a8 to prepare c b5 and activate rooks, and black has decent contraplay. So a6 is, or same idea with rook a d8 to prepare bishop a8 c5. If a takes, bishop a8, and the next move black wants to take on b5 or bc6. Bishop takes c6 is totally acceptable for black. So it looks like promising for black already if I evaluate correctly the position. So it's strange that we are expecting move of Magnus. He should take bishops. I don't know what he's thinking about. So probably some problem with translation. I don't know. So d takes c5, knight c5. Position is interesting. What else? So I'm trying to understand what other ideas can be from white side here. Yeah, it looks like black is pretty fine in all variation. At least I cannot see clear good way for white here. So we have a game for 3 results possible. But probably, so maybe we need to refresh Lichess. Okay, I will try. Yes. Yes, so knight b3, rook b1, yes, this position which we are considered. And now my prediction was take everything on c1, and black has choice between rook a6, between rook a b8 or rook a d8. So also take on c1 is not forcing, probably there are alternatives like rook b8 immediately, probably rook d8 immediately, not so serious because bishop g5, but maybe rook b8 is a solid alternative. Oh, sorry. I need knight c5, knight d6, knight b3, rook b1. So, as I explained it, that position was very promising for white, but one inaccuracy can change it, position. So, in my opinion, plan with knight e4 and knight e5, which chosen Magnus, was not in the best. And now, a part of knight takes c1, also rook a b8 can be considered with idea bishop a8. And so the problem for white that they have not good square for bishop c1, because if bishop e3, pawn e5 will be hanging. If after bishop g5, always a6 is possible. Although somewhere I need to check bishop takes h6 and queen g4, but it looks that just king h8. So, and now after e takes b5, black can take everything in bishop a8, or it's possible just take here. Why not? So, looks very promising for black now. Magnus seems me in danger. What about time? Time more or less equal, even a little bit better for Jan. So now Jan understands that he has promising position and few alternatives. So he can take on c1, or he can play rook b8, or probably a6 also. But rook, he took on c1. Okay, very concrete decision. But as I explained, it wasn't forced. So he took, rook took. But okay, probably he see any concrete variation and want to follow. So he took everything, and now my proposition was rook a d8 or rook a b8. Okay, a6 is possible, but rook b8, yes. Yes, so he follows this idea, but maybe with both knight on the board on d3 and b3, rook b8 was even more attractive for black. Because now, for example, white has some ideas. Knight take, if knight takes b7, probably queen takes b7. Okay, I will try in the board. Knight c1, sorry. Knight b3, sorry. Rook b3. I need to find, so rook b1, knight c1, so this what we have in the board. And Jan play rook a b8. Also, as I explained it, rook a d8 was alternative with idea bishop a8. a8. If a takes b5, bishop a8. Okay, rook b8 is logical, and now what to do is white. So if knight takes b7, if rook takes b7, rook d1. Some contraplay, rook will go to d6, but after knight takes b7, black has queen takes b7 too. If a takes b5, queen takes b5, and nothing good for white. So what to do? Rook d1 is a logical move with idea knight takes c4. If bishop a8, at least to take one pawn back, and probably white has some compensation. So probably this move is now it's quite interesting idea to attack c4 pawn. So if queen if queen c7, a takes b5. Of course, we can consider some direct variation. A takes b5, but now if c takes b5, white has probably good chances for draw after knight takes b7, rook takes b7, rook d1, queen somewhere, queen f7, for example. Takes, rook d6. There is some contraplay. Also, black pawns are dangerous. Maybe b4, rook takes e6, c3, b takes c3. Oh, okay, b4 is not possible. Queen takes c4, sorry. So something else. Okay, queen f3. It's looks very promising for black. Exchange queens, and after takes, rook e6, rook b3. It's very likely this endgame is just losing for white, because black pawns are too dangerous. So, okay. So my predictions now, rook d1. Magnus will play with idea knight takes c4, but probably after rook d1, the best for black is just calmly play queen e7 and prepare bishop a8. And, okay. But here white has contraplay against pawn e6 probably. So they can play, for example, queen g4, if bishop a8, bishop h3, and take pawn on a6, and which black cannot defend successfully. So this is a real contraplay. And here, not so clear who is better. Okay, let's check if black can do something better. So rook b. Sorry. So rook b8 is in the game. So my prediction that yes, rook d1 he played. It was predictable. So another plan probably was immediately queen g4 and bishop h3 after bishop a8. But okay, we have rook d1 at the board, so idea to take on c4 if bishop a8. Also, maybe black can just allow. Also knight takes b5's idea after bishop a8. So probably this is even more strong for white. But still the question, what is position? So queen b7, maybe with idea knight d6, queen takes b2, but after queen b7, rook d2 looks the most logical to protect pawn b2 and prepare knight d6. So queen b7 is okay. I'm not sure that bishop a8 is correct move. So here maybe queen e7, knight d6, c5, but okay, now white has good contraplay at least. So maybe bishop a8 not the best. Okay, I'm not sure that what did Jan start with knight bc1 is correct. So as I explained it, they were many promising alternatives for black. But okay, let's start to think in this position. So rook d1. So queen e7 looks natural move to avoid knight takes c4 or knight takes b5 and keep pawn e6 defended, but not so easy because queen g4. You can see. And if natural bishop a8, white has bishop h3. If prophylactic king h8, probably bishop h3 too. And, okay, so not clear. What is this? I'm trying to understand. Okay, probably black can play bishop a6, but okay, a, b, c, b, queen takes e6. So probably, I'm not sure that that Jan played this part in the best way, starting with knight takes c1. Because now white has very active pieces and decent contraplay. Okay, so let's think. So with Jan, what to do in this position? Okay, rook d1. Okay, which moves he has? White has two threats, knight takes c4 or knight takes b5. So queen e7 looks the most natural, but after queen e7, white has unpleasant attack against e6 pawn. B takes a4. We can see answer of Jan. What is this? It's move which I didn't consider at all. And this move. Aha. Okay, but what he wants. For example, queen takes c4 the most natural. And what to do? If, for example, c5, bishop h3, it's very unpleasant for black. Okay, maybe not losing. Well, okay, we can continue. So c5 looks like logical move. Black have ideas that white cannot take on b7 because rook on d1 is not protected. So if bishop h3, black can consider king h8. So now if take with queen, black has queen takes e6 and bishop f3. This is excellent for black. So bishop takes e6. Queen c6 is not promising because bishop d5. So queen e7. Black needs to play, and what is this? Of course, knight f7, rook takes f7, bishop takes f7, queen takes e5 is good for black, but white can prepare this plan with f4 probably. Just protect pawn. And now knight f7 is threat and position is pretty unclear. Okay, let's see. So it seems me that sorry, which pawn does that pawn take? Doesn't it? Well, maybe queen c6. No, queen c6, bishop d5. I didn't like. Queen c6 proposition, but bishop d5. And now, no, queen e7 may be better, but okay, queen e7, f4. And what is this? Difficult to say. White is ready for knight f7. Okay, I need to refresh because maybe. He didn't take yet on a4. Sorry. So it's just our fantasy. Okay, so. So practically it's quite practically probably black is not worse, but this in this position more easy to play with white already. So if compare with position after rook b1, it was much easier to play for black. So I think in that moment in move 20, Jan was too greedy and allowed Magnus to have strong initiative. So b takes a4, not played yet. So rook d1 he played. And we will see. Just a moment. I need, but I need to go back here. Yes. So rook d1. Okay, so what to do with black? Of course, black can play something like, okay, queen 7, queen g4, for example, bishop a8, if bishop h3, just play maybe g6 to prepare square g7 for his king. Yes. Position still very unclear. If white will take everything, king g7 is prepared. But now white can consider ideas with knight e4 and then knight f6 or rook d6, but not sure. If knight e4, rook d8 probably also. bd8, I mean. So maybe something like this black should play. Yes, he played immediately bishop a8. Okay, we are considered. Bishop a8 is possible. And our problem was knight takes b5, although white has other moves. Queen g4 with same plans, still possible too. Here. But okay, the most natural to take something. So take on b5 was our idea. Okay, I will take 10-minute breaks. Just a moment. This. Чекай, я хочу виключити this. Oh, bishop, what is this? Bishop e4. I'm here.
Two windows.
Two windows. Sorry. So I am here. I hope everybody can hear me. So I suppose that knight takes b5 is a very logical move, but Magnus played bishop e4. Okay, I also had this idea, but not totally understand what he wants. Okay, probably, so I will put his move. I don't know why he rejected knight takes b5, of course, so, but okay, we will leave it. So bishop a8, sorry, here, так, bishop e4. So what is this? I need to have here bishop e4. So knight takes in this board. So knight takes b5. I want. So here Magnus played bishop e4. So his idea probably to prepare queen h5 and some threat on king side, but doesn't look very promising, frankly speaking. But let's check. For example, if black plays something like queen e7, yes. So Jan is thinking. So if queen e7, queen h5, probably. If g6, bishop takes g6, h takes g6, queen takes g6. And now if king h8, rook d4 is possible. And for example, black cannot realize this motif, this, and there is no rook g8 because knight f7 mate. So this is like illustration of white plans. If here queen g7, queen takes e6. And white has strong attack. Rook d4 is coming if king h8, and if rook f7, also rook d4. So we will try to find better defense for black. So bishop e4. So queen e7 is not only move. Surely c5 looks very logical move from black side. Just give back some material, but okay, after c5, for example, white can just take and take here and then try to take pawn c4, and I think quite a good position. So what else? So bishop e4. If I want try to understand if black still can play for win. Here maybe not, but I want. So if c5. So queen h5 and bishop g6, quite unpleasant threat, actually. So Jan is thinking and we are thinking too. Also, I am thinking about queen e7, queen c2, queen h5, g6, bishop takes g6. Black can consider c5, but after bishop e4 back, white has very promising position because black king is quite weak. So what to do? So nice position before taking on c1. But okay, everybody making mistakes, and Jan too, and me too, of course. Rook ab8. So this part of game, it seems that Magnus playing much stronger than his opponent, and bishop a8. He played bishop e4. So bishop e4 now looks like Jan is in trouble, at least from practical reasons. Okay, maybe he should play c5. Okay, c5. Let's go more close. Takes, a takes b5. So what is this? Probably a6, for example, because black needs to activate their rooks somehow. If b6, rook b8. Or if knight takes c4, my idea was queen b5. Although queen g4. There. This queen g4, maybe it's still unpleasant for black. But what is this? Okay, it's maybe not so dangerous for black. Black has queen b8. Or queen b1, queen e4. Okay, anyway, it is black who should fight for the draw here. So if not c5, the other moves. Plan is simple, queen takes c4, so difficult to propose. Okay, maybe something like rook f b8. Queen takes c4, a6, b takes a6. But okay, now white has strong pawn a6. If rook b6, rook a1 even is possible. So okay, c5 not so promising. So I don't like position of Jan. So maybe a correct idea allow somehow bishop queen h5. Okay, maybe just check. So take queen h5, g6. Now bishop takes g6, and now maybe even rook takes b2 is possible. Not sure, but not sure because knight e8 white can consider. c3 played. Yeah, it's big surprise for me. didn't consider this move at all, but maybe, okay, so this is c3 he played. Okay, we will come back to c3, but I want to understand what is this. For example, if takes, king, okay, queen g7 takes and rook d4, so king is rook d4, is rook h4, takes, and rook g8 is not possible because of mate, and rook takes b2, but white has many checks, and certainly it's dangerous. But after bishop takes g6, probably rook takes b2 is possible to consider. I'm not pretty sure what is this. White has many moves. Even rook d4 can be considered. So it's quite messy. Or knight e8 I mentioned already. Knight e8 is idea knight f6 in some moment. Looks extremely dangerous for black. For example, simple line, queen e7 I wanted to demonstrate. Knight f6, rook takes f6, e takes f6, queen takes f6, queen takes h7, king f8, rook d8, and queen f7 mate. So it's just illustration. Okay, I cannot see good defense for black, at least immediately. But okay, let's go c3. What is this? He played c3, very strange move. So bishop a8, and c3. So what is his idea? Okay, I can explain. So if b takes c3, b takes a4, I think if queen h5, g6, if bishop takes g6, pawn takes, if queen takes, he wants to play queen g7, if queen takes, he wants to play king h8, and now white has no rook d4 because rook b1 check and c5 is coming. So this is looks like point of c3 to make free b line. But okay, it looks that white has many good possibilities here. What exactly? Okay, queen h5 is possible to check immediately. g6, bishop takes. What is this? Okay, now it's a little bit messy because white will need to lose tempi for b takes c3 in some moment. So, but anyway, if king h8, rook d4, the same ideas. If queen g7 takes, now rook f7 is possible, but okay, after rook f7, rook d4 is not possible because black wants to take, but white has other possibilities. So b takes c3 simply, or maybe knight f5 is possible to consider. Okay, b takes c3 is more simple way to prepare rook d4. Okay, but now black can play c5 probably to prevent rook d4. Or b takes a4 again. B takes a4. With idea if rook d4, rook b1 and c5. But now I am not sure about knight f5. Black has good defense here. Looks like winning for white, frankly speaking, because knight h6 is coming and knight takes f7. If any move with black queen. So also white can just take on c3 simply. Okay, but if take on c3, b takes a4, at least he not allow direct attack because he protected against rook d4 in the end of variation. So, what else? Okay, so queen h5 we are expecting like the strongest way, probably g6, bishop takes g6. C takes b2, is it possible here? Maybe. Maybe even this is possible to consider. Or c5. Okay, c5, knight e8 probably is unpleasant. But if knight e8, queen b7. So maybe even c5 is possible. So interesting position. Knight f7, rook f7, rook d7, rook d7, and it looks maybe okay for black, although I'm still not sure. If knight e8 would if knight e8, queen b7 with threat of mate on g2. So what else? Magnus played queen c2, very calm move. Okay. Practical decision. So he wants to take on h7, and if g6, probably he will just take pawn on c3. I don't know, with queen or with pawn, maybe with pawn. And if b takes a4, queen takes a4 with some kind of domination. Also, it's not totally clear. For example, yes, bishop takes g6 is strong because black cannot take, as we can see. So with queen on h5, I propose that c5 or c takes b2 in this position. So h takes g6 I didn't like because queen takes g6 and okay, king h8, rook d4. Looks okay, maybe not losing, but dangerous. Okay, I mean something like this. rook d4, just, sorry, I mean this, of course. Extremely dangerous, but I'm not sure that black is losing here, because how to win? Black wants b takes a4. Of course, white has perpetual check always. They can take on a6 probably, but yes, Jan played g6. So now Magnus has possibility to have this position. So perpetual check has white, and I'm not sure if white has something more than perpetual check. For example, if a takes b5, black has even idea rook takes b5, and knight takes b5 is impossible because rook g8. So probably perpetual check is only what have white in this position. So Jan played g6, of course Magnus has other possibilities. Okay, b takes c3 looks like practical possibilities. But b takes a4, queen takes a4, rook b2, black starting some contra... b takes c3 he played. And now I'm expecting b takes a4. The same ideas if bishop takes g6. I mean queen g7 and queen e6, rook king h8, and white has no rook d4. And if queen takes a4, I hope rook b2 is a good option for black. And what is this? If knight c4, my plan is, of course, queen f7. Knight b2, queen takes f2 check, and after, okay, I will illustrate this. Queen f7, knight takes b2, queen takes f2 check, and here I can consider queen takes b2, or maybe queen e2 is also alternative. Okay, queen e2, queen c4. Queen takes b2. And after queen takes b2, okay, looks like messy position. Queen c4, but more or less drawish. Okay, we'll check if white has something else. Yes, he took the pawn. So if white has any alternative to queen takes a4, of course, after rook b2, maybe white can calmly play rook f1, maybe. So this, maybe. f4, it's risky. Maybe it's possible, but it's risky from practical point of view, but maybe it's possible too. So rook f1 is more practical choice to protect f2 pawn, but what is this? He took already pawn. Rook b2. Okay, now queen c7 looks promising for black with idea to prepare queen b6. But after queen c7, white has queen c4. Not so easy for black. So what else if not queen c7? What to play? Interesting position. Even some moves like rook b5 can be considered. Maybe. It's strange, but maybe it's possible. Rook b5. If white takes, it looks at least black is out of danger. So if white wants to play for a win, so f4. Okay. But after f4, white king will be weaker. But okay, if it's possible to realize it, I don't know with strong knight on d6. If queen c7, queen c4 always is a problem for black. So queen takes a4, he played, and we are expecting rook b2. Maybe there are any alternatives. So rook b d8 or rook f d8 can be alternative to prepare c5. Okay, for example, we can consider something like this. So bishop takes g6 and queen g4 is hardly possible. Black can simply probably c5 to play. Queen e6, queen g6, queen g7, queen e6, king h7. Okay, maybe white has some chances to draw, but okay, bishop g6 looks like a joke. So black has positional threat c5. So what to do with white? Of course, also rook b d8 is possible, but rook f d8. Okay, white can play now something like queen c4, and if c5, bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes c5, but okay, a5 is coming. Black has contraplay also. Position is far from clear, for example. This c5, I mean. Maybe a5 is also possible. But if c5, queen takes c5, a5. What is this? Rook b1, maybe with idea rook b7. I don't know. It's okay, maybe really a5, not hurry with c5 and try to play c5 on next move. But now, if queen c5, rook b5. Okay, maybe. So rook f d8 is also alternative. So now Jan will choose. So he has several moves. Also queen e7 can be considered. Just prepare c5. Yes, but queen e7 a little bit passive. So, for example, after queen e7, white can play h4. For example, if c5, just take, and play knight e4. This idea of d6. So queen e7, it's not move which I really like. So probably rook f d8 he will play. Or rook b, okay, rook b2, rook f1, but I'm not sure that this is real achievement for black to have rook on b2. Looks active, but from other point of view, rook d8 he played. Yes, my prediction is correct. rook d8, and now queen c4 looks like the most. Okay, probably queen a5. Queen a5 not possible because rook b5. So queen c4 more or less forced. Queen a3 maybe also possible. Okay, queen a3 it's possible. Idea not allow a5. But anyway, rook b5 is possible. And if f4, black plays c5. And also not sure because after c5, takes. Takes. And after queen f3, black has rook d8. Important. So if queen a4, also rook d8 is possible. So queen c4 was the most natural, but now maybe a5. Idea to push c5 in the best moment. Now rook b5 less logical because after f4 black has no c5. So a5. What is this? Okay, but no special threats. White can try h4, for example, if c5. For example, takes, h5, try to create attacking against queen, against king. For example, if a4 takes, queen g4. So games seems still very sharp. So queen takes a4, rook fd8, and so queen c4 is my prediction here. Of course, okay, maybe a5 is too artificial. Maybe c5 actually is good. Takes, queen takes c5, something like rook c8. Okay, but now queen d4 and rook c8. So also not sure about this position. It's quite complicated. Queen d4, for example, or queen b4. Because knight on d6 is pretty strong. Okay, Magnus is thinking. I think he will play queen c4. Other moves not seems me like very logical. And okay, objectively, I think from practical reason of view, more pleasant to play with white in this position. Because there are many tricks, but objectively it's about equal, in my opinion, or in according to my intuition. Rook a1, what is this? What? Surprise for me. Let's try to see. So what he wants after c5? I don't understand. What? Okay, c5. So what he wants? Okay, if queen takes a7, it's hardly good. Because take, and rook takes d6, and obviously it's unpleasant for white. Probably even losing. So hard to believe that Magnus planning to play this. So after c5, what is his plan? Queen c4 now, but if to play queen c4 now, more logical was to play queen c4 immediately. Yes, c5 he played, of course. And now Magnus. Rook a1 is very strange move for me. So queen c4, he needs to play a queen c2, but if yes, much logical was do it immediately to leave more options, because rook e1, he cannot take on e7, a7, what he cannot take, doesn't seem like logical move at all. Very strange moment of this game. So we can feel big tension of this match. So there are many strange decisions and probably many mistakes. So, for example, before rook a1, after queen c4, my evaluation was like slightly better for white. Now I think probably black has slightly better. Okay, queen c4, but I don't understand why not queen c4 immediately. So queen c4. So probably idea, if bishop takes e4, to take with knight and create some threats with knight f6. Maybe. Okay, what to do with black? Let me think. So first of all, I would check takes, and now queen c6. And for example, if rook takes a7, my idea is rook b1 check. If king g2, rook d4. And probably, what is this? Maybe this is draw. Okay, c takes d4. Queen takes e4 check, king h3. If f3, rook b2, winning for black. So king h3, and probably this is just a draw, or not. Okay, queen f5 check, king g2. So black has draw. Question if they have something else. Probably not, because if rook b2, white can just make checks. Rook a8, rook a7, and black cannot go to h6 because of queen c1, and cannot go to f8 because queen takes c5. So this is draw, I need to admit. But okay, maybe black can. Rook e1 is possible, but rook e1 is f3. So okay, this is drawish line. So there are questions if white can avoid this. So takes, queen c6. Magnus, Jan took on e4. So rook takes a7 looks like drawish line. Of course, if we didn't miss anything important. What else? Knight f6 is possible, but after knight a6, just king h8, and white cannot take on a7 because of mate. I can try queen h4 also. Okay, let's check. So this. Also, king g7 is option, because after rook takes a7, rook b7, white has problem with rook d1 threat. So maybe this is even more precise. He played king h8, prophylactic move, but I'm not sure this is. Queen c6 for me Looks much more natural. But he played king h8, I don't know why. Okay, probably he's playing for win after queen c6. Probably he have seen that after rook takes a7, it's just draw, and he wants to win. Probably it's possible. Okay, but if our evaluation is free is correct, of course, so probably queen c6, rook takes a7. He calculated till draw and try to play for a win, but after king h8, I'm not sure that black is really better here, but everything is possible. For example, if knight d6, now black can try something like rook b2 or rook f8. No, rook f8. My idea was after queen takes c5, rook b2. Also possible. So my idea to provoke f4 somehow, but now knight e4 is possible. So probably this is not the best plan. So knight d6 probably. Black has something else. Well, knight d6 he played. And what to do? So it's a very strange moment. If Jan evaluate position, he is better, because if draw is acceptable, queen c6 looks like more direct way to draw. Now it's still play for 3 result possible. Because black king is very weak, and black has 3 weak pawns, a7, c5, e6. So according my evaluation of position, white hardly need to lose this position. So very strange this king h8. Because after queen c6, I don't see any danger. Again, again the same problem. Just a moment. Again, снова я сейчас нажал. Sorry for technical problem. So here, after queen c6, white has no any chances for win. It's a big question why. But okay, after rook takes a7, black cannot win too. There is force and draw. So, okay. So he played here king h8, knight d6, rook b6 he played. What is this? We'll try to understand. So rook b6, what he wants at all. Of course, white can take on c5, but it's also possible to consider other moves like h4, for example. Maybe he wants rook db8 and exchange rooks, but okay, it's anyway, it doesn't seem like black could be better. Or for example, even take here, rook b8, some move. for example, even c4, simple move. If rook b1, takes, king g2. Okay, maybe black is not worse, but hardly better. Rook b6 with threat. White can play some move. Queen a3. Okay, maybe it's still equal position, but white can think about something, not allow this exchange if it's possible. But maybe not easy. So plan of black is rook b8 and rook b1. And he played rook b6. I don't know why not rook b2 with same idea. It was possible to rook b2 and same idea, rook b8. Probably in some variation he wants to keep possibility rook take d6 and make draw, probably. Okay, so rook b6. I will try to find the best solution from white. So it's logical for white try to keep rook without change. But if, for example, rook b5 with idea rook b8, rook c5 and king g2, rook a5, there is problem with queen c6. And rook b1 is mating threat, and knight f7, knight take d8 doesn't work because rook b1 check. So rook a5 doesn't work comfortably for white. So what else? Magnus has 12 minutes, not so easy. Probably that's the reason why Jan rejected draw with queen c6 and preferred rook b6. So probably he wants to utilize his practical chances because opponent has less time than him. But objectively, it's difficult to say who is better here. Also possible for white try h4, for example, here. h4, rook b8, king h2. If rook b2, queen takes c5. But anyway, rook b1 and but if rook b1, maybe rook a6. Not allow queen c6. But okay, rook from b8 to b6. But after, if here rook b8 to b6, maybe queen f4. White can try. And if king g8, knight e4, probably. It's okay, not convincing because queen d1, black is winning. If knight f6, king h8. So I see that Magnus just took on c5 and I will take 10 minutes break. ще до 2 Windows.
І згорнути.
Згорнути. Okay. So I am here and I see position is changing a little bit. So, king on h3 and black didn't change rooks. What can I see? Okay, how it was happened. So we were after rook b6. Queen takes c5, rook takes b8, king g2. So king g2 is logical move that white avoiding trading of rooks with rook b1 check. And queen c6 is not so good for a moment because of the trading of king. Sorry. I need to put here this. So rook b6, he played queen takes c5, rook b8, king g2. Logical move, so he is fighting against rook b1 check. If queen c6, it looks unpleasant for black because takes, and this idea knight f7, knight g5. This endgame extremely dangerous for black. And knight g5. Okay, so a6 played Jan, king h3. Of course, now queen c6 is positional threat and white defended against. King g2. I need here king g2, a6, king 6, king h3, and after queen c6, now white can go back with queen somewhere, probably to e3 or d4. I don't know what is the best. Maybe d4. Okay, so rook c6, queen d4. So if queen e3, black can consider rook takes d6, although immediately maybe it doesn't work because rook takes a6 and queen e5 check and queen takes b8. Checkers combination. So queen e3 also was possible, but okay, Magnus played queen d4 to protect firmly his knight on d6, so king g8, c4, queen c7, queen g4 he played. So queen g4, he allows rook takes d6 with why he is doing this. If there are any alternatives, okay, he could play something like f4, for example. Mm-hmm. Yes. So he played queen g4, a little bit strange decision. Okay, probably because of short of time, although only 3 moves left. White could play something like f4. I don't think it's any danger for white, although black can try to play rook d8 to prepare rook takes d6 to make draw somehow. So I'm not here.
Варіанти тут.
Я зрозумів.
Тут останній хід.
Так. Queen g4. Yes, but okay, so I want to explain a6. King h. Sorry. I was here, so rook b6. Rook b6, queen takes c5, rook d8, king g2, a6. He played king h3, rook c6, queen d4, queen c7, c4. Queen d4, king g8 firstly. Sorry, queen d4, king g8 firstly. Maybe queen c7 was possible too. King g8, queen d4, king g8. Again, same problem. Can you help me? Знову щось. Нотатію.
Чекайте секунду. Треба дивитися останній крок і не показувати тут.
Що?
Не показувати тут варіантів.
Ну, не показувати. Так.
І завжди йде до останнього.
Ага, є.
І тут іде час.
Але де моя дошка?
Тут.
Але я тут дошки не бачу. Ага, so now he took on d6 and it looks like very drawish position on the board. After c5, black can play. Black can take on c5, it's also draw, but maybe even more precise to play queen c6. Okay, I will explain you in this board. So this is played c4, queen c7, queen g4, rook takes d6, e takes d6, queen takes d6. So now it's hard to believe that result of this extremely interesting game can be other than draw. But okay, we'll see. Everything has happened. So he played c5, very natural move. And now black has choice. So very natural, just take on c5, but after take on c5, white will have extra pawn. Okay, which is very difficult to realize, but anyway. So check, king g7, and rook takes a8, a6, and of course, maybe black even can take on f2. It looks like blunder, but maybe not, because after queen e5 check, black has king h6. With idea if queen takes b8, queen f1 check. And now white should play king h4, because after king g4, not only possible to take the rook, but more attractive is this line with mate. But of course, after queen f1, king h4 is correct move, and now white is winning suddenly. Because if black takes rook, queen f8 mate. If queen c4 check, g4. And so now white is winning, surprisingly. So queen takes f2 is impossible. So after queen takes b8, white, not sure. Yes. I'm not sure, because maybe queen f5 check. It can be draw, but I'm not totally sure. So queen f5 check. Also g4, queen f1, king h4. Okay, it's maybe there is draw somewhere, but pretty dangerous for black. So let's go back. So very natural looks queen c6 here. And what now? Well, still some tension in position because black king is weaker than white king. So white can try, for example, rook c1 or something like this. Okay, it looks like drawish, but black at least need to demonstrate precise play. Of course, here maybe draw anyway, for example, after rook f8. Black is attacking the pawn, and after f4, black at least have queen f5, and this position, okay, it's impossible win in world champion match. So he took on c5, yes. Queen e6, and he is thinking. King g7 he played, yes, so I think we will see it in the board. So 3 against 2 will be on the board soon. And draw. Only question how long will Magnus play this position with extra pawn. So okay, if it will be draw soon, I want to say thank you for both players for extremely interesting games, which I was really enjoyed to see and to make annotation of this. 40 moves is played, so Magnus now probably will take some rest and will think if agree to draw immediately or to make some moves more. So 3+2 with classical time control in world champion match hardly can be considered like winning chances. But okay, white has no risks, so can try. At least for sports reason to play, to make opponent a little bit more tired for before the next game. So if rook takes a6, my prediction is rook f8, because queen takes f2 is probably loser. After queen a5 and queen takes b8. Let's check. So, okay, queen f2, it's, I don't think that Jan will play it, looks like, because queen f1, king h4. Important that black has no g5 or has no queen f6. And queen f5, also g4, and no, there is no draw for black. And no ideas with stalemate somehow. No, this is losing for black. But okay, so of course, rook f8, he will play f4. Nothing else is possible. Nothing else reasonable. Of course, there are other moves from white. Queen e3, for example, but it's not like serious attempt for a win. Rook takes a6, we have seen on the board, and I expect rook f8, although now I'm thinking maybe rook b2 is also possible. Looks less natural, but why not? Maybe even rook b2, not losing move. Okay, queen f6 check. Queen f6, rook b2 is completely collapsed. So queen f6 missing. So rook f8. He should play. Probably only move. Okay, maybe not only, but surely the simplest and the most reasonable. So I think he will play rook f8. Queen c8, okay, but yes, rook f8, of course. And now, okay, f4, queen f5, and 3 against 2. What else? Queen e3. It's possible, but okay, maybe he will try queen e3. Okay, queen e3, at least black has queen c8 check. So queen e3, no, he will not play this. After queen c8, only queen e6, because after rook e6, rook f6, white even losing. So f4 is only move, and after queen f5, takes, rook check, king g8. Okay, what can I say? Draw. King g4. Okay, white cut the kings, so white can make some moves more, but of course this is draw. For example, h5, king 3, b5, king e4, king f8, something like this. Yes, we see this in the board. Rook a7, of course. To cut king at least. Okay, king h6 seems me risky, but maybe also it's enough for draw. But okay, 7. Okay, king h6. Okay, king g8, of course. No reason for experiments. King g4, yes. They are following our lines, and now h5 and rook b5. That's my prediction. Of course, nothing wrong with rook b5 immediately, because black can play h5 whenever they will want. If, for example, king f3, immediately g5, they can exchange. Ага. Перезагрузити. Угу. окей.
И варианты на через 10.
Да. King G4, окей, Rook B5 is possible. Like option. Idea if King F3, G5 to exchange one pawn more. Okay, white can play, of course, Rook E7, yes. Yes, and then Rook E5. Okay, for example, H5. King F3. Now G5, probably Rook E5, some danger. So King F8. If Rook goes somewhere to A7, Black can push G5 if they want. If Rook E5, Black can play with B2, for example. Okay, this is drawish, but of course Magnus understands that this is draw. But okay, for sportive reason, it's he continued to play because he has no any risk. He has extra pawn, and with idea to make his opponent more tired before next game. So Rook A5. So Jan doesn't want to play, but okay. So what we see in the board. So he plays without H5. King G4. So Rook B5. Rook E7. Rook A5. So now we can check Rook E5. Of course, yes, he played this. Okay, now probably if Rook A2, Black has idea King G5, like illustration, King G5, and if Rook takes H2, okay, it's not only move, King F6, and here it's quite dangerous for Black. Only move King F8, and after Rook B5, only move King E8, and this endgame is already dangerous for Black. So I don't think that Jan will allow this. So I think after Rook E5, more reasonable choice to play Rook A7 to prepare King G7 after King G5. Yes, he played this. And it's important to know, practically very important. For if we will imagine white is playing h4, king g7, h5. Of course, black can just wait, like rook b7, but also possible just take this pawn, and this is very easy draw, this pawn on h7. Why? Because white has no plan for improved position. Okay, I will illustrate method of draw. This it's very practical. For example, king take h5. Okay, we are waiting, but not this. So rook b7, for example. Okay, it's not. I can repeat this. Totally not necessary for black to allow it, but there is no dangers. For example, g4. We are waiting. g5. For example, rook b7, f5. Okay, if white not pushing the pawns, black just waiting with rook. So f5. Okay, for example, rook b1. Okay, f6. Okay, rook e7, king g8. So f6, king f7, rook e7 check, king g8. And white has no ideas to improve this position, because if attack pawn from h8, always rook h1 check. If rook g7 check, for example, king go here. If rook go here, king g8. And this is theoretical draw. White cannot do anything, although for not experienced players, this position can seems like dangerous for black, but actually it's dead draw. Black is just waiting somewhere, checks, but simply there are no plan for white. Okay, for example, king g4, he won't. Okay, we can play even rook b5. Okay, Okay, rook b5, sorry, rook b5 is not good because check and king h8. So this black need to be attentively with this. So after king g4, okay, so okay, just wait. If king f5, I will check from f2, e2. So if king, okay, for example, rook e7, okay, it's possible. Okay, I'm just waiting. So white has no plan because if king will go to e6, I will have check from a6. For example, this. So that draw. If king e8, okay. So it's good method for black to allow this exchange of pawns. So we have h4 now at the board. So Jan can play calmly king g7, and if h5 take this pawn and make this theoretical draw. Of course, it doesn't look that this method is only in this position. Probably h5 is also draw. Or king g5. Okay, if not king g5, black just playing king g7 or king f7. Also looks draw. So how improve? If rook e6, rook a5. So if f5. Okay, but if g4 takes, rook e6, again rook a5. So if f5, okay, just take. And okay, next move will be rook a3. So rook takes f5 and rook a3 and draw. King f4, king h6, for example. So this is maybe even more easy draw. So now Young need to choose his plan for defense. So it's possible just allow h5 and take this pawn and build position which I explained. It's drawish this pawn on h7. Or h5 is... he played king g7, yes. So he is ready to h5, g takes h5, I think. Of course, after h5, black has other moves. But probably simplest way just take on h5. So h4, king g7. So after h5, it's possible h5. And now Jan can take on h5 and make this draw. Oh, of course, other moves like king h6 is possible. With idea to take with pawn after h takes g6. Or king f6. So it's possible. So many possibilities of draw, but okay, black need to demonstrate some kind of precise play and some knowledge of theory of this endgame. Very interesting that Van Gaal against Nepomniachtchi could have this endgame with 2 pawns f with h2 pawn against f and g and made draw, but probably he didn't know this theory. He chose another option and lost. Fine. And it was very important victory for Jan, which helped him to win candidate tournament. Because here it's not necessary take on h5, but in situation Van Gaal Nepomniachtchi, it was important to know for Van Gaal that this endgame drawish with h7 pawn against g and f. King h6 he played. Okay, his choice. But personally, I would take on h5. King h4. So Magnus still playing. Okay, again g takes h5 is possible. Other moves are possible too. Rook a4, for example. So h5, he played king h6, king h4, and now rook a4 is logical to prevent g4. So it seems he doesn't want to play position with g takes h5, rook h5, king g7. Okay, it's not necessary. Especially because he always can come back to this defensive plan. So this game, endgame, if pawn there is, I mean f and g against h, so it's dangerous for black if pawn there is on h6 or in h5. But if pawn is h7, it's easy draw. It's important to know. Could you make a stream about Peirce defense theory? Great to see your stream and thank you. Okay, maybe once I will do about Peirce defense, but which line of Peirce defense you are interested in? Because white has many lines. Knight f3, bishop e2, bishop e3, f3, queen d2, or f4 line. So can you specify which line of Peirce you are interested? Also g3, bishop g2, knight g2 line. So please specify it. What exactly do you want? So they are playing, and knight is Jan is sinking. So g takes h5 still possible, but it seems he doesn't want to do it. So he wants to play something else. Okay, we'll see. If not, g takes h5. Okay, rook a4 looks quite logical to prevent g4. So king h6, king h4, maybe rook a4 is possible. Not allow g4. Also, maybe rook a1 also possible. If g4, rook h1 check, king g3, g takes h5. Also drawish. If king g2, rook h4. Even possible. Also, as I explained it already, even without rook h4, rook h1, rook a1. So this position's easy draw. g4 he played. So we are expecting rook h1 check, g takes h5, and it can be this position is draw. Okay, white can make some moves. g5 I can play, example. But okay, king g7, rook e7, king g8. And after f5, okay, same method. Black can just give h pawns. Example, this, and this. So, okay, but it's not only move, of course, but it's quite okay. Now, but now, okay, with h pawn can be some problem because something like this. And suddenly probably white is winning because black cannot protect his pawn from h1. Is it true? Yes. Now white is winning, so black need to demonstrate small accuracy. So he played g5. Okay, gh. So what we have in the board, rook e6, check, king g7, g5. So Magnus is playing till the end. Okay, but he has no chances to win. Okay, rook f1. It's very practical decision. And idea just give h pawn as soon as possible and to have theoretical draw. If rook h6, h4, and use method which I explained. Okay, simple this. Okay, so one is possible. Okay, many moves. Okay. There are some small traps, but it's hard to believe that with normal time it can work. So check, king f2. Okay, I think the most practical decision for black just give h5 pawn and wait with rook on a7, for example. For example, rook a1, rook h6. Yes, he did. Rook a1, rook h6. And just wait. h4, not possible. Give immediately this pawn. After rook take h4, rook e7, for example. And wait, white has no plan. Only f5, f6, but f5, f6 doesn't give anything. I will demonstrate one more time. More for beginners. Okay. After f5, it's better to come here. Or maybe it's possible till king is now on h5, because, for example, black if black waiting here, it's can be losing because f6 and king h6. So this is something which black cannot allow. So after king h5, immediately necessary go to c2 or c1, more technical. Okay, c2 is enough for draw 2 and f6 or rook b7, king g8. So this kind of position. Black is if g6, of course it's not danger for black too, because after takes rook g2, his king's is short side and long side of his rook. So king f6, rook f2, it's theoretical draw. So g6 not dangerous, so king g8. Okay, so f6, okay, and black just waiting. Okay, as I explained it already, white cannot make any progress in this position. Okay, we can try, for example, this. Okay, I'm waiting. For example, it's not necessary, but I want just demonstrate that white cannot do anything. King e6. Now there is mate in thread. Okay, I can make check. Okay, so king d7. Now what is threat of white? Okay, for example, black is just waiting. King d8. Okay, now I can play. What can I play? I think even this. Okay, this looks dangerous. But maybe even this is draw. If rook g7, king h8. So I mean something like this. So even this white, if white achieve this position, even this it's draw because black is just waiting. Okay, for example, rook c, because rook d7 is possible, but rook, and if white change in rook, this draw because king f7 and next move h6. Aha, but Jan attacking his pawn, so probably not so easy for white just take on h5 because he will attack probably. His method is even better. Okay, so even this position is drawish. It's maximum what white can reach, but it's anyway not enough for win. If white wants to regroup, for example, rook b1, okay, yes, and black are ready for checks. So rook d2, check. Rook d7, go back. Okay, after rook d7, also possible to take and play king. They agreed to draw already. Okay, so game is finished. I just demonstrated my knowledges of some endgame. So this is also draw because after king d6, h6. So if hello Chuki, I didn't know you have Twitch. I really missed you. How are you doing? Okay, I'm just okay. I'm amateur of this, so I'm doing my first steps on Twitch. Are you active anymore? Okay. I like to play chess, but during last time I'm playing only online tournaments because situation in the world with COVID seems me quite dangerous. I'm not ready to play in live chess, although I want it very much. So thank you for commentary. Okay, thanks for attention. Thanks to everybody who had patience to listen to me for such a long time. And thanks anyway to players which give us present to see such an interesting game. Okay, bye. So see you in next stream. So end stream. End stream.